And a very, very warm welcome along, everybody. Happy Tuesday, I think, for some people. Monday for other people. Hope everyone's doing very, very well. It's another late nighter today. My sleep has gone all askew, so we're here through the night tonight. We're starting with MILOTIC today, and a very, very warm welcome into Chad Northern, whose message has disappeared off the top of the screen, to Mario, to Anderson, and to Kambe. I hope everyone's having a fantastic day. Whether it's the beginning, the middle, or the end of your day, I hope you're having a great one so far. So MILOTIC is the first order of business. We are starting fully evolved. However, if you do want to play it with the Phoebus on the website, the patch does include Phoebus, and it tells you on the Phoebus info page all about how to evolve it. It's quite a complex evolution. It is getting its beauty, not its beauty, that's its regular one, isn't it? It's its special attack maxed out to the point where you can't put any more calcium into it. So if you do want to play along, that is an option for you as well. Welcome in, Royal Cayman. I hope you feel better very, very soon. It's never nice being under the weather, is it? It's always better to be over the weather if you can. Let me get my on-screen furniture all fixed up. I'll take a quick sip of drink, and then we'll be good to go. Same disclaimer as last stream. I'm testing this auto splitter out. Expect some more technical issues with the timer. But as long as we get that final time, that is all that matters. So if we're ready, let's go. And by the way, if you're thinking of Hidden Power, I went for Hidden Power Ice on this one. I just need to check something here. Well, that's fine. Set the wrong time of day, but it shouldn't matter too much for this one. Now, because we're in Gen 3, a Gen 3 Pokémon, I think we've got one of those funky experience groups again. And look at our special attack and how much damage we are doing to Hoot Hoot. A Hoot Hoot, an early game Pokémon with a lot of special defense. So if we're doing that early game, I dread to think what we'll be doing by the end. Now, I was thinking about Hidden Power Electric, as somebody mentioned in the chat. However, I decided to go for Hidden Power Ice, mostly because I think we'll be able to go and use our Twister for Chuck's Gym. And then everything else we can just Surf or Hidden Power Ice. I'm going to test actually against Poliwag, not the greatest amount of damage in the world. But we should be absolutely fine. The only issue with MILOTIC is we have a very, very limited learn set. So we've got to be very careful with what we do. It might actually be better to get a wrap off so that we can get some consistent damage per turn as well. Goodness me, critical hit there. We should be fine. We should be in the clear. It's just going to be a bit of a war of attrition. My plan for Red Snorlax is Ice Beam. We will cheese it until we get the freeze. We will cheese to freeze, as it were. We don't actually come across that many water-type Pokemon. We're kind of lucky in that sense. We got Price's gym that has a couple. Claire has Kingdra, but it's part dragon, so ice is neutral. We're actually fairly good on avoiding water types. The only problematic gym leader I actually think of is going to be Misty. We don't really have a big answer for her. So we're just going to hope that we have enough levels by that point for her. As you can see on screen, Anderson, we are in erratic. When we do backports, we do it correctly. We are going to be fishing for freeze. Now, I've just seen we get Swift, but I'm not even sure it's worth picking up. I mean, it might help for Rival 2. But then we don't have the greatest physical attack in the world. And we do have oodles of special defense. One to keep in mind, I think, that one. As always, I'm coming into this one with absolutely zero prep work. I like getting that gut instinct. I like getting that first impression. There are, however, a few Pokemon that I really want to target and get their times really far down. While we have a lot of special defense, our physical defense is kind of lacking. So it might actually, and we're playing it really safe here, might actually be worth knocking out a few Geodude. We'll take on the Zubat as well, they're fairly bulky. We're not really doing this for the levels. We're doing this mostly for the stat experience. And we're getting very, very scammed out of Geodude here. Exactly, no Marvel scale to help with our defences. Not that we really need it. Goodness me, Zubat aplenty here. All we want is a Geodude. There we go. Geodude should be consistent throughout the hours. Good afternoon, Deadpool. I hope you're having a fantastic day. It is a bit of a late nighter today. My sleep's gone all kinds of wonky. We'll just get up to level 8. And then we should hopefully have a little bit more of the defensive stat experience. Now we're getting the Geodude. That's what we like to see. Now, unfortunately, because we're erratic, these early game levels are going to be an absolute piggin' nightmare. So we're going to be really fighting tooth and nail to get any levels at all in the early game. But then towards the middle and end of the game, we should start rocketing up a little bit. And the chances are we probably didn't need to do that little bit of pre-grinding, but I want to play it safe. I think rough might be a little bit of an overstatement. It's going to be a slog, if anything, but our stats balance it out. 2-shot on the Pidgey and the Pidgey missed. We were fine after all of that. Zephyr Badge has auto split. 608 for the Zephyr. Just bear with a moment. What's the overlay talking about? The overlay's decided we don't have the correct amount of PP. Not sure what's going on with it, but hopefully it'll fix itself. I remembered the repel. I wonder how long that's been an issue and we've only just noticed it. Nah, we won't need to grind in Union Cave. We'll just take on the trainers. It was just that Spearo's physical attack got me a little bit concerned for the Pidgeotto. Now, this particular patch has not been able to be brought up to date. For a little bit of context, I did the backport and I forgot to branch, so I had to revert all the changes for the main backporting base. So that means that I'm not able to bring this one up to date because all of the stuff's reversed. Good evening or good morning, I should suppose, Metal Hammer. What's made me post at this, or stream at this ungodly hour? Insomnia. I am all kinds of out of whack with my sleep. So I thought, let's do a couple of do a couple of runs. Try and get ourselves back on track that way. What's our speed stat? 81. We should be good, actually. Without the Quickie C. That's not the Pokemon Center. Let's get 6 of you. And 3 of you. So we're going to pause the timer. And we'll catch our HM friends. I am off the energy drinks. They make my anxiety far too high. Like, I'm a bag of nerves if I have an energy drink. Timer didn't pause itself properly there for some reason. So we'll unpause it after the first rocket in here. That will probably line up just about perfectly then. Of course, we pause the timer to eliminate the RNG that goes into finding wild Pokemon. We've been poisoned, which is a little bit annoying. But we do have a PSN Cure Berry. I think we will go and grab Swift, actually thinking about it. If your autocorrect is autocorrecting duck into rude words, Kanbei, maybe you're using it slightly more than the word duck. We'll grab an escape rope and an extra repel from the Pokemon before we take on Bugsy's gym. What's so rude about Doc? There's somebody who's never perused the internet. This person's a spinner. And he is the most annoying spinner on the bloody planet. Let's see if we can get an Onyx or two. Welcome in, Matt. I hope you're doing very, very well. Those darn spinners. Onyx really good for both experience and stat experience in the defenses. And our defenses are fairly hollow. Welcome in, Matt, on both sides. I'm playing this one a lot more cautiously than I otherwise should be. Then we've had a few runs recently where I've had some unnecessary resets. So it's probably a good idea. Level 14, let's get out of here. And let's teach Swift. I will also teach Mud Slap. Mud Slap's going to be our move of last resort, ostensibly, for Rival 2. If his Bayleaf keeps giving us grief, we'll just Mud Slap it so that it can't hit us with Razor Leaf. Or at least that's the plan. Didn't get poisoned off the Weedle, that was what I was afraid of there. I mean, I always expect the Bayleaf to be miserable. If you go in assessing your expectations with the Bayleaf to be having a bad time, then you're not going to be disappointed when you have a bad time. Refresh, no thank you. It's an okay-ish move. This isn't Bugsy. This is Josh. We were going to need to take a heal anyway for PP purposes. I felt we could do with actually some more special attackers. After being very physical attack heavy recently. Metapod's just going to harden and do nothing of any significance. Same with the Kakuna. I reckon, you know, that was a range on the last one. You see, actually, for a lot of water types, this Azalea section is a little bit of a roadblock. Exactly, once we get to Ecruteak, we'll be absolutely fine. We've got this one in the bag now. He threw. Even that crit doesn't matter. Hive badge acquired, auto split happened. Once we get to Ecruteak, this run will really, really open up. Spite is fine there. There we go. We're starting with the last resort because why not? The last resort became the first port of call. Paid off as well. Water gun doesn't become weaker. You're against the same Pokemon and Water Gun stays at equivalent 60 power. It's not a bad move. It's just outclassed by other Water-type moves. You gotta think, with a lot of Ice-type Pokemon, we're running Powder Snow right the way through the mid-game. I don't know why I've done the loop-de-loop here. We don't learn Headbutt, unfortunately. But that will be a little bit of extra money. We'll be getting Surf hopefully within the next 7 or 8 minutes. We've only got 3 levels until we get Water Pulse. And Water Pulse is a really, really good move in and of itself. Water Pulse gives us the option to confuse. I know, the thing with a long head spike doesn't get Headbutt. I'm going to sell it now so we don't get baited by it. Because I know what will happen. I'll look in the bag and think we've got Headbutt. We can use it. And we can't. We have the spare learn set slots available to Potentially run Surf and Water Pulse in tandem for a little while, at the very least. Because Mudslap's dead weight now. It served its purpose after Whitney. Because if push comes to shove, we can use Mudslap against her Miltank. And then we've got Surf, we've got Water Pulse. We'll have Twister, hopefully, in time for Chuck. And that will be pretty good. Didn't get poisoned there by Walt. That is one of the big things that we should be concerned about. I'm not going to get the Quick Claw. I don't think we need it. The reason we didn't outspeed Scyther is early game levels, or lack thereof. Which won't be an issue by the time we get to Red. Mudslap should stop her AI from rolling, but we've got to use it at the right time. We've got to use it after she's locked into rollout. Oh, bloody hell, we got confused from confusion. That's not supposed to happen. It's called confusion, but it's never supposed to proc. That's rude of it. We'll take on this pair of miscreants down here as well. Because I reckon these, along with Last Carry, should hopefully get us up to 20-ish. If not, we might do Beauty Victoria as well. Actually, let's take on this guy. He's right here. He's got a Lickitung. It's fully evolved in this gen. That delicious experience from Lickitung there. Might actually have to factor that in more runs, you know. Don't get me wrong, Lickitung is a terrible Pokemon, but it's really, really good for experience in this gen. So we'll take on Carry, and then if we're still not 20, we'll take on the optional just above her. Actually, no, that optional can send us to sleep. We'll take on Mrs. Meowth Lady. Because if Meowth uses Payday, we'll get some extra cash money moolah too. We're pink, so we should be in the fast experience group. That's how that works, right? Let's throw the dice for Whitney. It should be a 2-shot on Clefairy. We win. Simple as that. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Couldn't really have asked for a better Whitney fight than that. She crit, but it didn't matter, so she crit on the turn where it really was meaningless. And then she missed. So we will say thank you, Whitney, for one of the easiest battles you have ever given us. And we promise not to return. Oh, I was just saying, in general, Metal Hammer, pink should mean we're in fast experience group. I was just lamenting the fact that we're in a really bad experience group for a challenge run. Now, how are we feeling about the Gen 3 vibes at the moment, folks? Because if we're feeling good about Gen 3, and we get a good time on this one, I do have some other Gen 3 backports that are just waiting to be played. Erratic ain't great. The only reason Zangoose can get away with Erratic is because of Swords Dance at level 10. We've got waiting in the wings from Gen 3. We've got Salamence, we've got Flygon. I've got Roselia, but I'm vetoing Roselia on general principle. I'm not running Roselia tonight. I've got Plusle and Minun, but I'd rather pull teeth than do those. We've actually got well over half of the Gen 3 decks backported. Welcome in, Malasalis. I hope you're having a fantastic day today. Fishing for the confusion there, and it didn't happen. I mean, if we're really happy with the Gen 3 Pokemon, I can see about running another 1 or 2 tonight. I really enjoy the Gen 3 backporting. The Pokemon feel like they are, and I mean this in a complimentary way, holdovers from Gen 2 for the most part. So they all feel like they fit in perfectly. Which then gives us a lot of options. Completely understandable if anyone needs to go to bed. We are very late here in Europe. Scam artist. We scammed back, it was a 1-turn sleep. It is midnight here. I actually really like the midnight streams. The Gen 4 Pokemon I've been focusing on backporting are mostly the Evos. So I've got Magnezone, Weavsin, Magmortar, and Electivire. I've got some others, but for the life of me, I can't remember who I've done at the moment from Gen 4. I do need to get on the Gen 4 starters fairly soon. I must remember now we don't teleport from Lighthouse. We're going to risk it slightly as well. We're going to try Rival 3 without Hidden Power Ice. Is that a wise decision? Probably not. If you do !result Metal Hammer and then do Electabuzz, you'll see the time. And then if you do !result Electivire, you'll see Electivire's time. That is if the bot's working on Twitch. It's on YouTube. It's been having a few issues on YouTube lately. Starting to feel like we're settling into this one now. I don't want to jump the gun or anything, but I think should have a fairly smooth ride now. I am behind the scenes working on the leaderboards page to have it publicly available at all times. It's in theory working, but the way you use it at the moment is a little bit complex, so I'm going to try and simplify that down. I completely agree, Royal K-Man. The lack of Gen 2 Pokémon from the gym leaders. It's not great, is it? Yes, we did evolve from Magikarp for that Gyarados time. It was an hour past Falkner. And then about an hour and 20 minutes for the rest of it. I feel like they were trying to make Mischievous some kind of like really special and mysterious Pokemon. But then when people saw it, nobody really gave a toss about it. At least Claire gets the Kingdra. I could run Gyarados afterwards. See how I feel. I'm not really wanting to do 2 waters back to back. But if you lovely people want it, it'll take me 5 to 10 minutes to get a thumbnail made up and stuff. But we can definitely do it. I don't even remember what Gyarados gets, to be fair. Spoilers if you've not seen Snowy's Nidoking video, but Thrash is actually fairly cromulent as a move. Mash at 1:30 AM is probably not the best idea. Yeah, Thrash is normal type Outrage, ostensibly. We're going to take on Jasmine next, because we should be fine against her. And it'll give us the defense badge boost for Chuck. The fact that we're only level 29. Oh god, that's a range as well. We secret potion jazz today, though. Level 1 Dragon Rage would be outrageous. I would be all for it. Thrash does conserve PP. Thrash is actually great for a place like Nugget Bridge. Forgot Siege Strength. It's a Psyduck. It's because we taught Surf early. Now, Chuck could be a little bit of a pest, you know. Depends if he wants to play ball. And the answer is just about he does. Storm Badge acquired, 3503. Not going to be breaking any records with MILOTIC, but we should get a fairly decent time. Let's do a little bit of housekeeping now before we go to the lake. Pick up that rare candy. We'll pick up Violet Cities. Now, if you haven't been here for a while, we are skipping Sprout Tower entirely these days. I will be honest, Chuck was more luck than anything else. We got the right RNG rolls when we needed them. But we absolutely take that. There's Gyarados, on the other hand. Got overconfident there. I cannot wait for our experience to start. Speeding up through the levels, we absolutely need it. Because normally, with the battles we've taken on, we'd be expecting about 35, 36 through here. So being just 32 really is not a great time. We'll see how I feel about Gyarados. I'm not 100% settled on it, honestly. Might be one to do it at the beginning of stream, because it is going to be quite a tough one. I've got Shedinja backported. Am I ever going to play it? No. Is it there for other people to play? Yes. Cool thing about the Shedinja backport is if you start as an Inkader, when you evolve, if you have a Pokeball in the bag, and you've got party slot available, it will do the split evolution. That was a nightmare to code. But I got it working exactly like it does in Gen 3. It's one of those things, Cambe, it shouldn't have been possible. But about 6 to 8 hours of head scratching and swearing at code got it working. Less a magician and more of an I'm a stubborn git. I won't take no for an answer with the Gen 2 disassembly. I've not even bothered to look at Hawlucha again yet. Because I've got to surgically implant bits of old code that I didn't write into bits of code I did write. That kind of stuff really can get frustrating, to say the least. We do have Ludicolo as well as a backport. That one was fun to code. Did that one live on Twitch a few months ago. I'm actually at the point where I'm less backporting for content and more backporting for I want to see that Pokemon in this generation. In case somebody wants to play it. That's the Rocket Underground done. Just a reminder, in about 5-6 minutes time, maybe less, depending on how quickly we move through Ice Path, we will be taking our first break of the stream. We take a break just after we go through the Ice Path when we have 7 badges. Gives me a chance to recoup and recover. Figure out what I want to do for the next part of the challenge. We might actually get stalled by this dugong here. Ah, we're through now. We can get Rain Dance as a TM later if we really want it. 41:14 palindrome time for prices split. Can Ludicolo learn all the punches? I'm going to verify that after we're through the Ice Path, when we do our vitamin shop. God, that movement there. I did the easy part and then fluffed up the hard part. And we get punished. Wild Sneasel, we never see that. Let's get ourselves back to Goldenrod. We'll do our vitamin shop. We'll pick up return as well, not that I think we'll be using it. No, that's too high. Right, out of these, what aren't we going to use? We're not going to use that, or that. Yeet the charcoal, yeet the 4 nuggets. We are very rich all of a sudden. Pump all the vitamins in. We'll hold the never melt ice for a bit as well. And we shall pause the timer at 44:08. So we're pausing the timer to take our very first break of the stream. There's going to be a few breaks in this one, because we are probably going for the long haul. Bloody hell. Learns all the punches, and Giga Drain, and Solar Beam. Why does it learn Fire Punch, but it doesn't learn Flamethrower? If anyone's curious about learn sets, by the way, that's the Ludicolo one. And here is MILOTIC's one. But I am going to take a very, very quick break. It's going to be 3 minutes, so we'll be back at about 51, 52 minutes past, something like that. Have a stretch, go to the loo, do whatever you need to do, and we'll be back to bring this one to completion in 3 minutes' time. And we are back, as Nurse Joy says. Thank you so much for waiting. We are ready to take on the next part of this challenge. Let's unpause the timer. And let's go. We don't seem to have the gremlins in the timer system that we had last time. I think I've eradicated the bug where the auto splitter that I'd coded was thinking when we paused the timer that we were starting a run from scratch. Now we're actually at a point of the challenge where a lot of the Pokemon we're coming up against are fairly weak, especially. So this is where being a special attacker does come into its own for a little bit. So we can conserve our our Surfs for the bigger Pokemon. Like Surf there wouldn't have been a one-shot anyway. And seeing as we one-shot Jasmine's Magnemite, these should be easy enough with Water Pulse. I'm not sure if I've brought Ludicolo up to most recent challenge run base, but I'm really itching to play it now. Even if its learn set is hot garbage. Could be one to do fairly soon. I'd say its learn set's hot garbage. Its level up learn set is terrible. Worst that can happen here is we get poisoned. We'll hope it doesn't happen. The Coughing Line, thank goodness, has relatively paltry special defense compared to physical. That all depends on how much extra faff has got into the backport. So for a Pokemon like... Oh, I'm trying to think of one that needs an extra Evo item. But for a Pokemon with a Stone Evo that isn't in Gen 2, it's a lot more difficult than, say... Well, it should have been Phoebus and Milotic, but something that's a level up Evo. It all depends on how old the backport is as well. Because some of them are getting close to a year old. And we've done a lot of stuff in that year. Fish for the flinch. Knockout with hidden power. Now we need to get the Scamulet coin for this one. Alolan Raichu caused me all sorts of issues. I think it is just the Pikachu line is cursed. Can kind of tell when hidden power's not going to be enough for that Bayleaf. Like, we had the Muck that Water Pulse was a two-shot on up at the top of the rockets. And that to me just said, probably not going to be enough for the Bayleaf with hidden power. There are certain trainers, when you do as many runs as we've done together, where you're like, okay, so if that does this on that, we can bring that forward in 3 or 4 battles' time and think, okay, so we're going to need to do safety strats with this particular Pokemon. That's the kind of thing that only comes with experience, though. I think I've done something like 300 odd runs together with you lovely people on the channel over the last 3 years. Something that's new that we're bringing in to our streaming leaderboards is the midpoint leaderboard. So after the Hall of Fame, we will plonk in our last time onto a leaderboard. And that'll give us a rough idea of how well we're doing up through the league. There we go, card key acquired. But that thing about, I was talking about how you link the trainers together, that's part of the reason why I can't stand backseating. Because I'm trying to remember that this trainer means that, and then if someone goes in and says, use Ice Beam when we don't have Ice Beam as an example, can really just throw me off my stride. Should one-shot this Vile Plume? Yeah. How are we doing PP-wise? We'll need a heal at Blackthorn. So we've only got 3 Pokemon here. Nice. Radio Tower done for another run. It is time for Team 11212. Kanbei, the inaugural and hopefully only ever member of Team 11212. I was trying to get a little bit of info there by surfing that first Dratini. But we crit. Not that I didn't want to get Thunder Waved. We crit again on the next Pokemon I was trying to get info from. Not doing too badly special attack wise, actually. This isn't Claire, this is Lies. One shot on that Dragonair plus level up, I think, guarantees the one shot on Claire's Dragonair. Not that it would have been a one shot anyway. Here we go. This is Claire. We're in the House of Dragons. Lies tend to be spread in these places. I think this is probably a 3-shot-ish. Oh, we've been paralysed. Welcome in, Gigi. I've been fairly good, actually, the last few weeks. How are you? That's a much, much, much more important question. God, my voice is going already. It shouldn't be. Horsey and Cedra aren't dragons. You're not wrong there. That whole gym is built on lies, but Claire manages to scrape by. She just employs liars. It helps if you teach Whirlpool and Waterfall, doesn't it? Let's try that again, pressing the correct buttons. Still getting used to this controller. What? We're not wearing a rappel either. Absolute disaster zone. It's been a while since we've seen a super effective move against that Kingdra. 55 hours a week sounds like an absolute nightmare, but if you get better benefits and money, it's worth it, isn't it? Exactly, the horsey line does get a bit of a pass. Because the horsey line does at least evolve into a dragon. It's like if Swablu was in this gen, I'd give it a pass because it evolves into Altaria. Now I think we're actually going to take on the Venusaur lady today. I feel like that's becoming true in a lot of places in this world. Keith, thank you for the raid. What are you doing up at this hour? I'm supposed to be the one with the DGen hours. Welcome in, Raiders. I hope you're all doing very, very well. Have a good sleep, GG. Thank you for popping in. I hope to catch up properly with you at some point soon. Silksong has you DGen. Milotic has me DGen. And we are going through the night, but welcome in, Raiders. Keith, thank you so much for the raid. Please do get yourself off to bed, though. It is 1 o'clock in the morning. Definite bedtime. If you are coming in with the raid and you need to raid and run, raid and lurk, do whatever, then please feel free to go about your business. No one's obliged to stay here. Work calls in the morning. I'm very, very lucky to say that this is my work. So I'm able to put in the weirdo hours at all times of bed, at all times of day. September is usually a very good month for streaming. Streaming gaming, rather. I'm looking forward to Sonic Crossroads. I can't speak. That's the level we're at already. Welcome in, Lord Cooler. Definitely a divisive Pokemon is Milotic. Oh, let's pause the timer in the middle of Rival 5. GG. Thank you so much for the 1999 Super Chat. You really didn't have to. Thank you, Overlay, for updating. Please do get yourself to bed. Have a lovely rest. But thank you so much for the 1999 Super Chat. It means so much more than you could ever imagine. And major congratulations on the new job. Hope it brings you and everybody around you nothing but happiness. We're actually getting into the season of happiness soon, aren't we? We're in the Ember months. Which means we'll be thinking about the silly C word before we know it. What should we do for the silly C runs this year, actually? Where are the full restores? I can't read. Good morning, Paul. I hope you're having a fantastic Tuesday. Or should I say start to your Tuesday? It's probably, what, mid-morning for you? It's actually one of those times where we don't have anything for the jinx. 8 o'clock in the morning, so you are 7 hours ahead. This is where our special bulk really is coming into its own. Will split works, that's what we like to see. Let's take on Koga, Poison type specialist. Leads with Arios. Welcome in, Adrian. I've been noticing actually a fair amount of notifications, not even just for me. In general, I've been barely getting notified about any content, and it's so frustrating. Do we do the old wombo combo with Twister again? I think we do. Didn't get the flinch this time. Koga down. The bell is busted. There isn't really a brilliant way to keep up with what I'm doing, I've got to be honest with you all. Please hit yourself. Bum. Nah, we didn't evolve the Phoebus today. I was too much of a wimp. Although the Phoebus' Evo method is in. If you do want to play yourself, a crit would have knocked us out there. I've said it many, many times, but the day you see me post regular shorts is the day that you are all entitled to never, ever watch anything from me again. We should have done the HP up strat here. We'll risk it once. Did I even pick up the HP up? No, I didn't. It'll be fine. We've got the 1 in 4 chance of it missing. At least we can 2-shot the Umbreon. The only really dangerous Pokemon's the Vileplume. Because Gengar knocks itself out. Although we are at the mercy of the RNG here. But the RNG plays in our favour. Now, we probably don't need to full restore here. But we're going to anyway. Water Fairy would be really interesting for MILOTIC. I have cut down, not posted there for many months. I did cut down a few of the end of the runs and post some on the old TikToks. But I feel something like a challenge run, shorts are not the format for it. 102.20 through the league. We're very unlucky in some senses that we don't get Hypnosis in this generation. 102.36 for our Hall of Fame time. So what was that last time? 102.20. Midpoint. And today is the 9th. So if I do that, this is going to be risky, because I've not done this before, but hopefully now we should see a MILOTIC. So for our streamed runs, we are currently in 31st place. Remember, this is only the midpoint of the run. But you get an idea, A, of how many streamed runs we've done together in Crystal over the years. And B, we're not in a bad placement overall. So I'll let this leaderboard play through in full because I don't think we've seen it together here on the channel before. Interesting, Flamigo was our fastest stream time there through Lance. But I don't think it stayed on top. There we go, that's the whole leaderboard cycled through. Let's get back to the challenge now. And here is where the timer is most likely to break. I've been having many issues with the timer after Lance. So we're going to unpause and we're going to hope for the best. I'm a little bit salty about Horlucha at the moment, so I've been avoiding it, honestly. But I have heard that maybe a Mega's on the way, who knows? We'll have to wait a month or so to see. I'm not getting Legends on launch, though. I'm having too much fun in Gen 2 at the moment. I'm very surprised, actually, we don't learn Psychic. I enjoyed the Malamar run, even though it didn't perform quite as well as hoped. I meant to go to Goldenrod Game Corner, actually. But I forgot. So we will run this one without Goldenrod Game Corner for now. Hidden Power Eye should be fine. Can never remember my flaws in this place. What are these cells vitamins? There we go, bunch of vitamins. All in. My big issue with Gen 8 and 9 is the sprite work. Generally, as time has gone on, more and more Pokemon designs have become a lot more intricate and a lot more detailed. Which is why I've generally avoided the later gens. Plus, a lot of them have signature moves that are very, very complex to code. We're now looking for a clean level as well, for us to use some of our rare candies. There we go, the timer's being a little bit funny again. We've got double Erica on screen. So I will need to fix some bits at some point. Everyone's favourite pushover Janine there. I think the issue is that we're not renaming properly in Kanto because I didn't do Surge first. I hate this super nerd. Genuinely despise this one. Now I must remember to heal when we dip into the Pokemon Center. Even catching us 4 or 5 times, it's still quicker to try and dodge him. He's got 3 Pokemon. And that text really does mount up. Would shot the Espeon, that's nice to see. Twister's only on the learn step because we have nothing else to put on. We could teach Rain Dance, but I don't see the point in teaching Rain Dance quite yet. Might end up using Return just in Misty's gym. Exactly, Twister's done its job. And it is nice to have a flinching move. But at this point, its power is pretty lackluster. Dazzling Gleam would be great. It'd be the coverage move we were asking for, really. Yeah, we've still got War's Pulse. What else would we put there, honestly? We have the opposite of 4 move syndrome with Milotic. We don't have enough moves. We've lost Mudslap. How would we get it back? We already used Mudslap and overwritten it. Iron Tail's going to do nothing. Even if I hadn't sold it, what possible benefit would Iron Tail have? A 75% accurate physical move, which is super effective against types which we come up against, which is super effective against war. Which water's super effective against? We could, but we shouldn't. We definitely shouldn't. Nice crit there on the Golduck. Thank goodness Quagsire's half weak. In general. Just half weak in general. Blizzard missed. Had another crit there. Could get Confusion to him. Nope. We are absolutely fine. Toxic could be a play, you know, at some point. Depending on how desperate we get. G'day, Kambe. Welcome in to the red side as well as the purple side. I did buy a double team, I think. Just in case. I know I bought... No, I bought return, didn't... Not return. Protect. Yeah, the Johto leaders TMs are a bit naff barring Shadow Ball. D-Punch has its places in challenge runs, but it's not a good move. I like physical Shadow Ball. It's the answer to many questions that weren't asked, but ended up being answered anyway. Might as well use the rare candies here. We were at a clean level. It's actually a benefit having the fossils here because Surf's going to one-shot and it's neutral. Physical Shadow Ball is brilliant on like 20 Pokemon, including Backports. But those 20 sure as heck make it worth it. Because it's a really good physical answer to Will. The Unbound rule set with the candies and no restrictions is really what we're going to be running going forward. Yep, Will, Sabrina's Peskeon, even Red's Espeon. And as you can see, the erratic level up group has now really tilted in our favour. Because we did use 5 candies, but we're at level 69 already. And even after the candies, a lot of Pokemon, when we get to Red, we're at like 69, 70 with the candies. For the learn sets, I take... If a Pokemon's introduced in Gen 3, we do the Gen 3 level up learn set, and then the Gen 4 TM and Shooter learn set. And Dragon Breath was only an egg move, so we couldn't have it on the learn set for this one. Now this is probably the one battle coming up where I wish we had taught Ice Beam early. So we'll plonk on the Never Melt Ice instead. Not that I think it matters, actually. Looking at this. Really want you to Hyper Beam. We're going to have to Healing Loop the Gyarados, unfortunately. Or we just two-shot it. It was early-ish rare candies for us. This has been the run of the nice crits. We've been very, very fortuitous with where the crits have come in. Probably saved about 2 minutes on crits alone. I don't know why I water pulsed the Arcanine. That was completely unnecessary. Because Surf would obviously have done the job as well. Maybe I was feeling sorry for it and didn't want to take off too much extra HP. It's bright outside now. I have got that Goldenrod Fly committed to muscle memory at this point. Because we use it so much with the move tutors. It is ingrained in my muscles. We'll use these last 2 rare candies as well. Right, into battle with Red. Let's see how terrible it is. First thing we'll notice, we outspeed everything. We've frozen the Venusaur. And that is time. Wasn't expecting that. Genuinely. The freeze mattered there because of sunny day. But I was expecting this big war of attrition against the Snorlax. And it just fell over. It didn't even bother to put up a fight. I'm agnostic, Shadow. I would never be offended by anyone doing that. In fact, I'm honoured that you would think of it. The return crit mattered as well, definitely. 10th place on our Unbound stream leaderboard. Can you tell which Pokemon I'm obsessed with the most? Let's see where it is on our full streaming leaderboard. 21st place overall for the full streaming leaderboard. A second quicker than for Alligator there. I'm pretty happy with that time. I'm going to let this full streaming leaderboard play out as well, because we've not seen the full streaming leaderboard, I don't think, quite yet. So this is every run with every rule set we've ever played together. 149 of them so in total. In fact, that means our next streamed run is going to be the 150th. What do we do for streamed run 150? It's kind of a milestone, isn't it? I've not coded in Light Ball, Pikachu. Mewtwo I'm not a big fan of. Mew would be great as the 151st. While we decide, let me plonk on the full leaderboard with everything we've ever done together. 64th overall. I want to get an Arceus Backport done fairly soon. I was going to do Swampert, Blaziken, and I don't have Sylveon backported or Goodra. We mentioned Ludicolo, but I'm not really feeling a grass type at the moment. I was going to do Swampert, Blaziken, and Sceptile as prereqs. I don't have Mimikyu yet. That's going to be coming at Halloween, though. I've started the coding for it. How about we did them as Megas last time? I could do Swampert now as non-Mega. So we could do end of the line Swampert and maybe Blaziken, and then do the other starter on whatever the next stream is. I've got to be honest, Kanbei, I'm just forgetting that I did the starter thing. It was something I thought I'd enjoy and I didn't. So that's going to be taking a very, very big backseat for now. Swampert is definitely tickling my pickle. So if everyone or most people are feeling a Swampert, I could definitely run it. But it is another water type, which is not the best in terms of diversity, but it's a fun run. It's going to take me a few minutes to get everything all set up. Kanbei, thank you for popping in. Have a good sleep. Yeah, the trouble with Swampert is Rival 2. So, I'm going to keep the microphone up just for now while I am testing some bits. Need to make sure I actually have Swampert's thing made up as well. Where's my controller gone? Sleep well, Edison. Thank you for popping in. This is called doing runs on the fly. Probably going to run Hidden Power Dark on it, honestly. I don't think we need Hidden Power. I tell you what, though, I will leave that up to all of your judgment. If you can come up with a Hidden Power type during the break That would be absolutely amazing. Let me... Did I never make that page? I've not made the bloody page for it. I'll need to update its backport at some point. I do need to update some bits on the YouTube side as well. And then I am busting for the loo. So I'll take like a 3 or 4 minute break. I like the fact that we're doing the best Gen 3 non-legendary waters, honestly. I'm looking forward to the Mimikyu run as well at Halloween. Let me figure out, is there anything else I need to do? We've got the thumbnail in place, titles changed, done the Twitch deets, mapper, and resets. Now the question is the mapper up to date? No, it's not. Fortunately, this is a very quick fix, hopefully. Then we will take a very quick break. Normally I'm more prepared if I'm doing multiple runs. This was a bit of a last minute stream. Right, so is that all sorted? Rock might be a good shout. We don't have Hidden Power Fairy, unfortunately. It doesn't exist. Let's get everything all prepared. I'm going to take a very quick break. It's going to be 3-4 minutes long. And then we'll be back. Call it by about 43 minutes past at the very longest. To take on the SWAMPERT challenge. And we are back. Thank you so much for your patience there. Didn't get the timer code quite fixed and it errored, so I've gone back to the old version for now. I know what to do. It's just going to be a fair amount of typing. Right. I've been thinking as well, it might be quicker to go for Hidden Power Dark and completely skip Hidden Power and just go for, like, Earthquake, Surf, Ice Punch, Ice Beam, and Return. Just brute force and skip the entire nonsense of going through Lake of Rage. We'll see if that's the right choice. It might not be. Even Lance's Gyarados, it sets up turn 1. So we should be fine. We'll have return by then at max power. Let's see, will the timer code work for starting the timer? Yes, it does. Look at those starting stats. We've got the first TM very early here. I really like how the back sprite came out for this one. It was when I was going through my experimental phase of back sprites. A lot of them looked like garbage, but this one I kept. Welcome in League TV. I am very, very happy to be back. Been back, what, about 2 weeks now, and I've had a lot of fun. Insomnia is still kicking my bum, but it's amazing what a little bit of reframing will do. Oh, I really want to play Talo again now. I love the Swellow run. If we've got time after this, I might do the triple and do Swellow as well. It's been a while since I've been proper bird keeper squidgy. I say that as we've run Flamigo recently, but it doesn't count. It's not normal flying. That might be some of the most useless advice ever. If you want to catch Pokémon, walk a lot. I need to get on with backporting some of the Pokémon from later gens that are normal flying. Squawkabilly's a fairly simple design. It's not Gen 3, but I do have a Chatot that could be an interesting run, actually. And it could be good as like a late end of stream Pokemon. Because, honestly, who really cares that much about Chatot? It's not one to lead with on a stream. I'm pulling back the curtain fair amount here, but when I go live and I'm intending to do more than one Pokemon, I'll always do my biggest hitter first. Because generally on YouTube, what happens is you lose a few viewers after the first run, and then you lose quite a few after the second run, because people have lives. They've got to go to bed, they've got to go to work, they've got to have dinner, they've got to do whatever it is they want to do. I ended up going for the later gen version of Chatter just because of the absolute nonsense that would go into trying to make chatter work any other way. It would actually be possible with a little bit of Python and a little bit of game hook tomfoolery. We would be able to do it. But it'd be finding the right Python script to detect volume. Nice crit there. It's definitely possible with game hook open. Not sure if it's possible without game hook. In fact, I'd say next to impossible without game hook open. But in the same way that we do our chat locks, we can inject data into the crystal coding. Exactly, we get 2 copies of Mudslap here. Congratulations, Malisalis, on your shiny Pineco there from the pack opening. A lot of wilds this time. I do like the opening of Crystal with water types right up until we get to Bugsy. Then it all comes crashing down. Ideally, I think we want to be at least level 17, 18 for Bugsy. Bide is a terrible move, which we will not even speak of game. Knowing our luck, we will get the 5% miss on Mudslap, on Mudshot. Metal Hammer, you're verging slightly into backseating there. I know you're theory crafting, but it is a little bit backseaty. Although what you're saying is exactly what I'm planning on doing anyway. And we will pause the timer to catch our pair of HM friends. It'll either be hell, or it'll be one of the easiest battles we'll ever have. There's going to be no in between. Talking of HM friends, by the way, if you do want to join the HM friends over on YouTube, I have created a slightly cheaper tier than Pokeball tier, because I know times are tough. And in case you are a HM friend and you want to downgrade, you want to keep supporting, but maybe you want to save that extra couple of quid a month, that is always an option. Over on Twitch as well. It's September, so if you are wanting advert free on Twitch, there is the discount today, but of course, I never ever expect anyone to join. I stream the runs because I enjoy the company doing them. I'd be doing the runs anyway without you. We are getting wild encounters up the wazoo today. Flying types are our Achilles heel at the moment, which isn't great considering we've got a flying type ace Pokemon coming up. Gonna use Water Gun as much as possible as well at the moment, because it is 100% accurate. We will use Mud Shot against the Beedrill there though. Yeah, Bugsy's Scyther is flying type, unfortunately. Three shot, thought that was going to be a 4-shot there. Kurt is in cahoots with Lance. He's as much of a liar as Lance is. Look at that, 10 minutes exactly for the Bugsy split. Kind of satisfying. Ooh, that is a one-shot. Nice. Oof, that hurts. Oh, we have jammed our way through this, providing we can knock out this Zubat. Don't know what we were scared of. Rival 2's easy. I thought that was going to be a 2-shot on the Ghastly. I just didn't want to risk the 5% miss, because I thought we were going down anyway to the Bayleaf. That is, in theory, one of our hardest battles all complete. Feeling good about most of the rest of this run now. Chuck might be his usual pesky self. Dodging Gina today as well. My worry with Whitney is that she's not going to go for rollout, and we're going to get in a bit of a standoff with her. Because there is definitely a universe where she doesn't go for rollout, but we're not able to 2 or 3 shot her, so she gets into a milk drink loop. There are a few times where Rival 3 has been an issue. Even fewer times where Rival 4 has been an issue. And then there's like 5 runs where Rival 5 has given us some grief. There are some runs where Rival 1 can be an issue. But we haven't seen any of those in a very long time. Now, I reckon the Quick Claw will be vital for this one, because we only have 60 in speed. Rival 2 in most Pokemon games, especially the early ones, is the trickiest. Are we counting May 2 as the one north of Slateport as opposed to the other May 2, which you can have in Rustboro? The one near Cycling Road, completely agree. Rival 2 for Tauros in Crystal is an absolute nightmare because of only knowing water type normal type moves. No, it could have made sense to teach Dig to Swampert, but because I think we're going to be fine anyway, we get Surf as a very hard-hitting move. I'm going to keep it on Paris so that muscle memory doesn't get all kinds of wonked up. Ranging isn't great there, but we'll make do. She's going for Stomp. Now she's locked into Rollout. Mudshot got the speed drop. And we get the win. Trust the process with Bite. Seriboss is putting in the work today over on Twitch. Bite is really handy at the moment for being A, a flinching move for time-saving purposes, and B, PP purposes. What just happened? We outplayed the rival, is what just happened. He will sometimes switch when he sees that he's got nothing for us. With his Ghastly. Karen's going to be a crapshoot, but she quite often is. As long as we don't get sand attacks, we'll be fine at Karen. Sod it. We don't have the mint berry. This might be a misplay. Oh, bloody hell. Oh, that is so annoying. We lost the coin flip. And it was max turn sleep. We only lost about 30 odd seconds, but it's extra annoying because he sent out his Gengar last on that first attempt. Whereas he sent it out second, so he wouldn't have lost quite as much time if his AI had played ball. Bite served its purpose though. I say that, we could probably have kept Bite in case we get Normand. I was playing for the wake up because it was going to be obvious that Gengar was going to be a one-shot. Sometimes, though, the game doesn't quite want to play ball. Congratulations on beating Red in about 3 hours, Chad. That's not a mean feat at all. Especially with all the Gen 1 jank. 3 hours is a pretty bloody good time. I really want to be more into Gen 1. Like, I spent weeks coding the Gen 1 challenge run base. I just don't gel with it. I find that every time I go back to a Pokemon game I've not played in a very long time. For instance, if I went back to Gen 7 now, I think I'll remember nothing about this. And then it all comes flooding back. It's like with any game though, the more you play it, the quicker you get. Stands to reason. Now, do we risk Chuck before Jazz is the next question. Let's teach strength to the correct Pokemon. Gen 7's cutscenes are mostly what I remember as well, to be fair. Yeah, bag management in Gen 1 is frustrating to say the least. Downright infuriating. Oh, that's not a one-shot. Slightly concerning. Why would you go for Fire Punch? Out of all the punches you had, Fire Punch is the second worst. The Black Belt AI in Gen 2, though, is notoriously terrible. I'm very glad you can deposit key items in early gens, so at least you can make some space that way. They do train every muscle apart from the one in the head. Flinch, please. Thank you. We scam. We scam Chuck. We should not have had that win. We got another crucial crit. I say we shouldn't have had that win. We shouldn't have had that win quite so easily. Oh, there's the bike shop call. That Chuck battle is one of those battles which could be crucial for us getting a really good time. That has made up for the multi-reset, which didn't count for some reason. So I'll have to add that onto the reset counter in a moment. Jazz is down. Let's pick up some bits. Now our time at the moment is going to look lower than it actually is. Because you've got to remember we've not been to the Lake of Rage at all yet. We didn't do any of the Lake of Rage section. We went straight from Mahogany through to the west. A lot of the reason why I put my break after 7 badges is so that we can split the rockets up. Because otherwise that's 7 minutes, or that's 7 minutes, that's 15 minutes of rockets, or however long it would turn out to be. It's the actual worst. I got scammed there. The repel wore off as I thought I was picking up our full restore. In theory, Gyarados could be dangerous. He's gone for trash. We're fine. Did I say no to Lance? Did I enact my dreams? I think I did. I must have said no to him. Because he only did half his speech. When we got back there then. I'm just going to pause the timer and add the reset on. Because it was bugging me having the resets out of sync. The animations at 4 times speed almost but not quite make up for how egregiously tedious the rocket section is. So this guy's rude. He calls us a pest. We're no pests. We're better than that. We're not Lance. We've not really done food talk today, but even though I don't eat red meat anymore, I've got a real hankering for beef burgers at the moment. And I don't know what to do about it. Because I physically cannot digest red meat. One protein acquired. Now, I remember speaking to both of the rockets there, so we should get through this door. Are you the guard at the gate, Deadpool, today, if you're wanting a soda pop? I've tried a couple of the vegan burgers. My trouble is they are too close to real meat now. Because if you have an intolerance or an allergy or like you can't digest something and it makes you feel ill, at least with me it makes it very difficult to stomach. So I can't even eat them. Because my brain interprets them as real. Which is a ringing endorsement for how far they've come. Welcome back, Chad. Never apologise for being late. I've got some Pringles that I might munch on during the break, actually. That'll keep me going for a little bit, at the very least. I'll probably do a sausage sandwich or something after stream. Absolutely rude, Cloyster. It's amazing what the brain can do, especially when it comes to food. Don't know why we'd ever want to learn Muddy Water, it's just bad surf. Glacier Badge in 33.57, that's a really good time. I'm happy with this one so far. Couple of silly errors, but nothing too terrible. If you are new around these parts, by the way, we do take a break. After we've been through the ice path and we bought our vitamins. Take a quick break, make sure that we're not overloading mentally for the run. Good opportunity to stretch, hydrate, get a snack, get a drink, go to the loo, do whatever it is you want. I'm not going to stop you. But we do take one break per run. This will be one of our standard 3-minute breaks. Also gives me an opportunity on Twitch to disable the pre-roll ads. We'll get the Nevmelt Ice. Not sure we'll need it, but we'll get it just in case. I'd never thought of that bit in Gen 1. With Lance saying you're the champion. But that just compounds his lying nature. I think Muddy Water does have the accuracy drop. It's budget Octazooka, ostensibly. I'm going to pause the timer for these vitamins. So I don't actually know what I want to buy yet. What shall we buy? Five Carbos, 2 Calcium, I think is what we'll go for. We're lacking in the speed department. So if that can get us to outspeed, maybe even just Koga's flying bat thing. Crobat, that's the one. Can tell I need a quick break. If it can even get us to outspeed that, all the better. But we're going to pause the timer properly here at Nurse Joy. It's going to be a quick 3-minute break. I will be back at around about 26, 27 minutes past, and we'll take this one to completion. And we are back. Thank you so much for your patience during the break. Let's unpause at 3609. Let's get ourselves through Radio Tower. Muddy Water's 5 base power weaker than Surf in Gen 2. Surf's 95 plays Muddy Water's 90. But to be fair, those kind of damage ranges, at least in the Gen 2 run, it's potato-potato for comparison purposes. If you're going down with Surf, the chances are you're going down with Muddy Water. Even with a hardened Mud Shot, still one shot. I cannot wait for 12 levels time, though. Or getting through past Claire, whichever comes first. Surf's already doing a good job, but having an even more powerful move with Stab on our better attacking stat, it's only going to make this one even easier. A little lag spike there. I mostly think about Gen 2 powers when it comes to moves, just because it's the gen I play the most. Not going to risk Mud Shot when Surf can easily one-shot. Arrival number 4. Lucky flinch there. Thank you so much for the $2 super chat, Chad. Can we have an alert for that, please? Your favourite Poke streamer ever? Well, that is very, very kind of you. I try my best to just make as many people as possible happy when we do the runs together live. I'm going to do that for the prereqs as well. But in real time, I get to do it and get the instant thing of knowing whether I'm doing a good job or not. With the prereqs, there's always the anxiety of, are people going to watch this? Are people going to like it? Have I done something terrible? I do wish, you know, that YouTube would give you the time at the top of the screen for the $2 super chat for any of those in that teal blue colour. Because to me, that's just as meaningful as someone doing a $200. So why not give everyone the chance to be at the top of the screen? Ice Punch is one of those moves we're not using very often. But the times we're using it means we're not going to get rid of it anytime soon. Because it's just too good at getting us out of pinches which we would otherwise be in. Final part of the radio tower. We're nearly there. Then we won't have to think about it again until the next one. Surf would probably not have one shot there. So Ice Punch, really good against the goal back line. Surf will definitely one-shot this Arbok. Again, Ice Punch for the Vileplume. We'll just headbutt this Murkrow. Skip the super effective text box. There we go, radio tower done for another run. We could all wake up again. I'm proud of this Swampert sprite. It's one of my better sprites for sure. Apparently my team 11212 doesn't work here. Kanbei, when you're watching on the VOD, I did press the button. It just didn't come up. It's because this is a fairly old backport and team 11212 didn't exist when this backport was created. Bloody movement there. Terrible. Smokescreen is such an annoying move. Welcome in, Andrew. I hope you're having a fantastic day today. Yep, Claire does use Smokescreen. Should probably have plonked on an item. We are immune to Thunder Wave, but we're not immune to paralysis from Dragon Breath. We scammed Claire. We're fine. Yeah, we're not having a bad little run, honestly. $46.29 for Claire's badge is not a bad time. And we get Earthquake for the next key battle. The other run went pretty well with MILOTIC. Not too shabby at all, honestly. And it's being put to shame by SWAMPERT. We're going to end up getting it by TM by like 2 and a bit levels. Which is fine, we wouldn't have forgotten it anyway. Oh, that's not backseating at all. We will send Hitmontop into the Shadow Realm, probably before it even gets to dig in the first place. Swamps are larger and stink more. Probably accurate, actually. Oh dear. We didn't one-shot Executor. So we'll just have to crit. Oh, we don't outspeed the Crobat. Kind of annoying. Yeah, the Hitmontop doesn't even get a chance to dig. There's our guaranteed damage from Mach Punch. This is going to be a two-shot either way, so we might as well swap to Surf. Bit of an unforced error there. No Destiny Bond, we're absolutely fine. My day's going very well, thank you. How is your day going, Andrew? That's the much, much, much more important question. $52.58 for Lance. $53.14 through the league. So where does that put us at the midpoint? The answer is, who knows, it's broken. There we go. Second place. Midpoint. I'm glad today wasn't bad at all for you, Andrew. The fact that we are quicker than Zangoose on a midpoint. Let's just wait until we get all the way back to page 1 again so we can see it again, and then we'll carry on with the rest of this run. 57 seconds behind Flamigo. We're on a really, really, really good time. I don't think we're going to be in that quite good a position at the end, because Red's going to require a lot of luck. Let's get back on with it. Messed up slightly there, but it's absolutely fine. Let's get on the boat. Going to be clinging onto that quick claw for dear life now. Speed really is our only lacking stat. into our first Cantonian gym. We do have good attack. It's kind of what's going to be carrying us for the most part. We can hit everything neutrally. Ice and Ground does that in a Gen 2 challenge. So adding in Normal and Water just gives us more things that we can hit. Ice and Ground on paper should be one of the best type combinations out there. But because of its very, very bad matchup defensively, it never gets a chance to shine. I should have used Earthquake there. And I've done it again. Bugger. Ooh, the wheels are coming off this run a little bit now. Need to come back to Celadon. I think it is the only Pokemon weak to all three starters. Certainly can't think of another one. Bloody hell. Just going to pretend I didn't make that misplay there. When you're on a really good time, quite often you start to fumble. And that's definitely what's happening now. Ooh, the stress this one's getting to me a little bit. Yeah, ground ice is crap defensively, to put it bluntly. It's been nearly 10 generations. You'd think Game Freak would throw Ice a bone at this point. Gen 2 Steel's really good, which is why very few Pokemon have it. Need to stop making these silly mistakes. The fighting weakness is relevant in a challenge run setting because of Bruno and Chuck. It's like D-Punch hits like a truck. Cross Chop has a high chance of crit. No thank you to Endeavour. We're in the home straight for this run now, though. Welcome in, Jay. I hope you're doing very well today. Never really thought about Blaine's Gym in the remake, honestly. It's been so long since I've played it that I couldn't tell you what it looks like. Anything's got to be better than a dirt hut in a cave, though, as it were. I think we low-rolled there against that Pidgeot. Must have done if we then one-shot the Executor. It's probably the most fortuitous Hyper Beam we'll ever see as well. Prevented the healing loop. Welcome in, Dan. We're on a very good time so far. Made a couple of silly errors, so I'm a little bit stressed. But we are doing very, very, very well. Now, I will stress at this point that part of the Unbound rule set is we do anything we can to win. And I'm not going to be proud of what I'm going to try for red. Where are those rare candies? Oh, for flaming hell's sake, I forgot to dip in the Pokemon Center. This run is starting to stress me out, folks, a little, I've got to be honest. Because we're on such a good time. We're not on record time now, though. So I can relax a little bit. Curse, that's what I need to do at the moment. I need to say some swears. Not going to, though. I'm going to be polite. Just going to take a quick moment. Not going to go on a break or anything. I just need to frame myself for this silver cave. We've got a repel on. Swap to the lefties. And we win, I think. Even the burn doesn't matter. $1.12 on the nose. Can definitely get that time lower. But 112 is not bad. Leaderboard's broke. $1.12 on the nose, 5th place overall on the Unbound stream leaderboard. I might have one more in me. Depends, are all you feeling another one? I'll need to take a bit of a longer break, but if you're all feeling another one, I'll happily do another one. Sixth fastest stream we've ever done in Crystal. I reckon we could get it around about Lucario's time if I was not so caught up in my head with it. It is the best result for a water starter so far, you're not wrong. How much of a pain in the arse is Swellow going to be to 7 conflicts? Let's have a look at what they are. Not going to be able to do Swellow today just because of how many different conflicts there are. Trying to think who we could do as our last one today. I've got the time. Welcome in, Bobby. I hope you're doing very well today. Fancy running another good Pokémon. I don't have Aggron yet, no. I don't think I do. No, I don't. Aggron would have been a good shout as well. I don't have Staraptor, unfortunately. It's what I keep meaning to backport. How's my Chatot one? Like, how out of date is it and how much does that need? Trouble is, I've got so many bloody backports that it's hard to keep track of what I've got. For the memes, we could do Kyogre. Like, that one will blast through Gen 2. We've already done water types. I want to do Flygon as a lead, Jared. So Flygon will be like the first Pokemon I do in a stream. Should we do Kyogre? I mean, it's going to be ridiculous. Thing is, if we do Kyogre and it gets a good time, could open up the chance of a 4th run as well. I don't have Houndoom made up with Nasty Plot. The trouble with stuff like that is it takes a while to code in. Leafeon's not on Modern Challenge Run base. We'll do Kyogre and then we'll see how we feel afterwards. Latios I can bring you probably even tomorrow if I've got the chance to stream. It is backported, but it's on the really old code base. I tell you what, I will double check Latios, see how much work it would take to bring it up to modern, because if it's just a couple of files... Oh, 7 conflicts. Let's take a look at what they are. I'll put the overall leaderboard on while we're figuring this out. What do we have to do in effect commands? I am working on trying to get Latios all sorted. We'll give it a try. No guarantees it will work. But I will give it a try for Latios. The trouble with changing learn sets is it always kind of feels wrong. Just to clarify, Dan, do you want Latios or Latias? I've not done surfing on Flying Pika yet, but I could at some point. It is absolutely your choice, Dan. You have been very generous in helping the channel out, especially in the last few weeks. So it is absolutely your choice. Just trying to get this all updated to our latest version of the Challenge Run patch. LATIOS, we will go for LATIOS. Let me get a thumbnail made up very quickly as well. Kind of helps when you're doing a challenge run to have a thumbnail for it on the old YouTubes. I will take probably about a 5-minute break as well. Oh, LATIOS is difficult to put on a thumbnail. That'll have to do. Please do bear with me while I'm getting everything ready. Should only be a couple more minutes and then we will take a very quick break. Something has gone wrong here. Let's try and figure it out. Seems like the little gremlins are in the system for this particular challenge run so far. I am trying to fix it as best as I can. Sometimes happens when you're doing stuff live. But hopefully, with a bit of luck, shouldn't be too much longer. I tell you what, I'm going to go to the BRB screen while I get everything fixed. So, we should be back at the very most in 10 minutes' time. Right, so Kitty is back settled. I think I've got everything set up for this stream at long last. Although my resets aren't resetting. Maybe it's because I'm pressing the wrong button. It's because I'm pressing the wrong button. So we have Latios. And I will be honest, I would never willingly play Latios. Because look at our starting learn set. Psywave and Memento. This is a Pokemon that has been waiting for somebody to request it. This is going to be a very, very, very frustrating start. So if you could all like the stream, because I could get salty with this one, honestly. So that little bit of support could go a long way mentally. I prefer Latios myself, but that's because I started with Sapphire. Let's just go and see how we get on. I mean, it's going to be a run. And because we have Memento, we can't even struggle strat. I can tell you now that Latios and Latias are going to be some of the worst legendaries we will ever run. Badly is how Psywave works in Gen 2. It's something about between your level and your number 1 and some calculation, I think. All I know is Psywave is terrible. And we're going to be stuck with just Psywave as an attacking move. All the way through until Falconer, when we get the glorious Mud Slap. The life-changing, life-saving Mud Slap. Yeah, but we don't get Swift until we're in Union Cave. Mud Slap is legit going to be an upgrade just because it has 100% accuracy. We're not going to be able to hit very hard, but at least we're going to be able to hit. I'd take Constrict over Psywave. Welcome in, Joe. Thank you for your very, very kind words. I'm doing very well, thank you. How are you? That is a much, much, much more important question. We're going to get through this. It's not going to be pleasant at the beginning, but we will get through it. If we get sub 2 hours, I'll be happy. Which really is a crapshoot as to how much damage we do. Don't get crit, please. Bloody hell. We're a legendary. Oh, bloody hell, Dan. You didn't have to. Thank you so much for the $49.99 super chat. Please, please, please do save your money. I like the tough challenges. I'm going to bitch. I'm going to moan. I'm going to complain. I'm going to say it's crap. I'm going to say I'm having a terrible time. But deep down, these are the ones that are most satisfying to get across the line. 3 years ago, pretty much to the day actually, a very kind person called Zero did something very similar to you and requested Fortress. Now, Pineco into Fortress is truly terrible, but it's memorable, and I had a good time doing it. And I think that's going to be exactly the same with this one as well. I don't think I'll have it in me to play LATIOS as well today. But when we get the vibes, when the feeling's there, we can do LATIOS, get them both on the leaderboard, and never ever have to think about them again. Also, Dan, if there is a specific Pokemon that you would like to see in Gen 2, let me know and I will try my absolute hardest to get it backported. Depending on how easy it is, it might take a couple of days, might take a couple of weeks, might take a couple of months. But you have more than earned the right to request at least one backport. Oh, Andrew, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Oh, you're so kind. I'm going to cry at this point. Oh, everyone's being really, really, really kind. Let's get through this one. Latios is the one from your last super chat, Dan. You've just done another $49.99, so I do mean it. Literally any of the 1,000 Pokemon, I will get it done. We're going to take a reset to Abe. All those clutch crits that we have had are coming to bite us in the arse now. We're through, Abe. One trainer down. He only had one Pokemon, but we got through him. Come on, Rod, do your worst. Yes, miss tackle. We've got this, maybe. For an unspecified definition of got this. Ooh, 2 down. Gonna need to heal again. Bloody hell. If there isn't a Pokemon you can think of at the moment, just bank it, as it were. If you ever have a Pokemon that comes to mind, let me know. I am going to have to pause the timer, though, because something in the map has gone wrong here. Where's Gamehook? So that's saying Falconer. There it is. The button just didn't work. This is Falconer. Take two. Here's the guy with the flyers, and he's flying high over us at the moment. What possessed Game Freak to make Psywave a move? Genuinely. What were they thinking? Maybe Lance is Falconer in disguise. They were in fact not thinking. I think you might be onto something there. It was Sabrina's TM in Gen 1. Were they taking the actual wee-wee? We're getting walled by the first Bellsprout trainer. Let's feel sorry for the local Geodude population now. We're not quite at Hoppip level, thank goodness. Fun fact about Fire Spin. In Gen 2, it can actually be handy for red. No, that's not what I'm trying to say. In Gen 2, you can jank Red's AI because of Fire Spin. If you're in rollout, there's a 50% chance he'll go for Fire Spin as opposed to Flamethrower. Same with Whirlpool. Yep. So if you're locked into a multi-turn move like Rollout, the smart enemy AI will have a high chance, a 50% chance, if they've got a trapping move, to use the trapping move. I can't remember which Pokemon it was, but we abused that on a Pokemon that was weak to water to get Red to use the weaker Whirlpool. Oh, we're out of PP again. I really wish we could struggle. Welcome in, Kamisato Pai. I hope you're doing well today. I don't know what the logic was with coding trapping moves when you're already in a move that locks you in. But it is there. And it has gotten me out of quite a few pinches. We're going to try again at level 10, I think. Which we would have been at if we weren't in slow. Time are we at now? 20 to 4. If anyone's got like a novel start, maybe War and Peace, I reckon you could get through it by the time we get through this run. Medium, slow, and fast are the best experience groups challenges. We're going to set up a Reflect against Falconer. Do something higher. Don't crit me. Are we through? We're through! 13 minutes on the nose. It's unlucky for some. Let's hope it's not unlucky for us for the rest of this run. Thank goodness we got the luck. I had visions of being there for an hour or more. Don't stall me, Hoppip. Don't be a git. There we go. We have a move that's only slightly terrible instead of being fully terrible. Although flying types are still our Achilles heel. No, thank you, not today, Gordon. Swift is absolutely the next move. Don't forget as well, we have the type weakness to the next gym. I didn't think about the early game learn set of Latios until I backported it, but I continued backporting it, which says everything we need to know about whether I really wanted to play it or not, doesn't it? Let's catch HM friends, and I'll take this opportunity as well to thank all of you wonderful green names in chat, the HM friends, and all of you with a little badge over on Twitch. You really do help make the channel possible. But if you don't have a green name, you don't have a badge, you are still appreciated. Your company here, your lurk, whatever it is you're doing, know you're all appreciated. And I mean that. Please do get some sleep, Metal Hammer. It's what, 5 o'clock nearly for you? Swift, please just learn it straight away. We're going to keep Memento, and we're never going to use Memento, but I am getting rid of Psywave. I never want to see that move ever again. Take that, Rattata. Being knocked out by a Rattata would have been embarrassing, even at this venture. So I'm glad that didn't happen. Does not bode well for Bugsy, though. We will be fine in 8 levels time as well. We'll get halitosis. I have no plans to run these shambles of legendary Pokemon in Gen 3 at the moment. That crit actually mattered. I'm very glad I could help you out during your deployment, Dan. I could only imagine how stressful deployment must be. It's not something I've ever really looked into. But it looks like it could be a lot of mental energy and a lot of struggles. Just by the nature of being millions of miles away from home at times. I still think scamming Rival 2 is going to be better than Bugsy at this point. Rival's thrown. There we go. In 5 levels' time, all of our troubles will be behind us, hopefully. Base 60 stab is never going to feel that good. And we get Surf. So by the time we get to Ekritique, Surf, Hidden Power, and Stab, Dragon Breath, it's going to be like all our Christmases have come at once. Right. I'm not expecting greatness from this battle. Ooh, we scraped through. We are doing far, far better than we ought to be. I'm not going to complain. Might actually be able to get sub 2 hours. If we're really lucky, we might be able to get sub 140. I think sub-hour Claire is out of the question for this one, though. It's a sorry state of affairs when you're thinking, do we learn cut? Let's catch the final HM friend for the run. No headbutt for us, unfortunately. 2.5 more levels to go. Snap-a-bubble. Normally I'd be lamenting all of these wilds, but today I'm actually appreciating them. Don't roar at me. Scam artist. Yes, use my fire. I think by the end of this, we're all going to have very, very clouded judgments of the Latios line. It does suffer from legendary Pokemon syndrome in early gens. They just give it nothing to begin with. Because you're not supposed to get it this early on. Now we have 110 speed. That's a little bit touch and go with the old Quick Claw. We're going to risk it, and we're not going to go for the Quick Claw. That might bite us in the bum. Against maybe some of the faster Pokemon like Slowpoke. But we're going to risk it. Sure, it'll be absolutely fine. Your Kinesis means nothing to us. We've got Swift. Don't growl. You make the battles take longer when they growl, and they're all a foregone conclusion. Thank goodness Mud Slap's 4 times super effective. Dragon Breath, yes. It doesn't matter if it's resisted or not resisted. Doesn't matter if it's neutral or quad resisted. Dragon Breath is exactly what we need. Let's beat up this next. Hey, Whitney, we've got a Latios with bad breath. Just burp all over her there to win. That's a really good Whitney split, actually, all things considered. Winnie was like, I'll give you the badge, I'll throw and give you the win, just take your stinky breath. Legendary Hoennian Pokemon out of here. And honestly, who can blame her? I wouldn't want halitosis riddled, whatever the heck Latios is supposed to be. We're not doing quick accuracy today either. I want hidden power. I want hidden power quick, sharp, and in a hurry. Three shot. Three shot. So we have Surf now. Life is good. Even though it's not Stab, Surf is a very, very, very good move. Three Surfers in a row, I know. It's going to be a saving grace of this one. Even without Stab, Surf is currently our strongest move. If I underbought Repels, no. Just about got enough. Doing full safety trainers on this one, even though we probably don't need it now. I just want the satisfaction of beating things up in one-shots after that abysmal Psywave start. The reason we're not running Hidden Power Fire is because we've got Surf for Steelix, otherwise we would have gone for Fire. I do have a soft spot for Corsola. We have to knock it out regardless, but I'm not that happy about knocking it out. Oh, I was agreeing with you. Like, because Surf's such a strong move, it frees up Hidden Power for something else. Because Steelix just cries anytime a special move's used against it, regardless of effectivity. Mostly because of the Corsola run, and it's a cute design to begin with. Hidden Power fires for Steelix and occasionally Rival 5's Magneton. Because that thing can be a pain from time to time. Thank you once again, Dan, for the $49.99 super chat as it falls off the top of the screen. The fact that we are in Lighthouse when that fell off the top of the screen, that is ludicrous for what we were given at the start of this one. Jazz, I'll trade you that Ampharos, even if it's sick for this Latios. All will be forgiven. I'll stop besmirching your good name if you trade it. LATIOS was not that terrible. It was just editing a few files to bring them up to date. The main code base was done about 11 months ago. We got lucky with you picking a Gen 3 mon as well, because it just so happens I have a lot of Gen 3 backported. Into the next gym we go. Actually not on a bad time now. Ooh, the run that was most fun for me. Probably the original Zangoose. Realising just how powerful a Pokemon we have on our hands with Zangoose. That was eye-opening. Who's better in Crystal, Latios or Latias? Ooh, that is a tough question. I'd say overall Latios. But early game Latias might benefit more because I think it's got more physical attack. We're not going to be running Latias today though. One horrific start with Psywave is more than enough for me. Sword Stance level 10. Normal stab. It's made for Gen 2. That was a clean Morty. 3506 for the Fog Badge. It's a really good time actually, considering we had a 20-minute split. Yeah, in Gen 3 it was level 10, I believe. I should know I've played enough Zangoose. I'm not obsessed with it, you are. I know that in later generations they plonked it later on in the learn set for obvious reasons. The balance with Zangoose was a little bit off. Seeing Hitmonchan reminds me there. I've always thought a great username for someone called Dan would be Hitmondan. Tried to persuade Kangaskhan to change his name to Hitmondan, but he was having none of it. Nope, that's not Chuck, that's a boulder. I swear, sometimes this overlay, it's got a mind of its own. It's not me pressing the wrong buttons at all. It's the overlay, it's become sentient. It's 50-50 between the Minceberry and the Bitterberry here. We're going to go for Mint, because I want to hold on to the Bitter for Karen. And we lose the coin toss. That was luck more than judgment for both of us there. We just won the coin flips. Sorry, Chuck. That could easily have gone to you. Ooh, for Gen 4, I don't have that much. I'll pause the timer very, very quickly. I'll take a little look at what I've got. So for Gen 4, fairly quickly available, I've got Pachirisu, Bibarel, Luxray, Floatzel, Chatot, Spiritomb, Electivire and Magmortar, Magnezone, Gliscor, Gallade, Frostlass and Darkrai, and Abomasnow. Bibarel's not a bad little run. Normal water, I think, for Bibarel, isn't it? Did I remember to pick up the secret potion? We're about to find out. Yes, I did. I fancy doing some electric types. I've got a lot of the electric rodents backported. So how do we feel? I was going to do it anyway, but I will double check with all of you lovely people here. How do we feel about doing the electric rodents in a couple of streams? So I've got everything between Pachirisu and Togedemaru backported. So we could do Pachirisu and Mulga on one stream, Togedemaru Dedenne on another. Gliscor can learn Mud Slap, yes. Last time we ran Gliscor, we got 0 resets. We weren't the fastest, but I was playing incredibly carefully. It was done on a live stream as well, and about midway through, you could definitely notice a shift. In how I was playing. Because I suddenly became extra cautious. Did we get this rare candy? Let's have a think. Yes, we did. It was a coin toss actually today. Between running Milotic or running Electivire and Magmortar. I'm not quite feeling up to doing pre-rec content yet. So how about same time tomorrow, midnight stream my time. We do Electivire and Magmortar. How does that sound? And then we can do the electric rodents later on. After all that, I forgot to put on the bloody Mystic Water. Did I even pick it up? Yes, I did. Now, I'm going to do that annoying YouTuber thing and say if you don't want to miss Electivire and Magmortar, then remember to subscribe, hit the bell, do all the bloody nonsense that YouTube tells you to do. We will run Electivire Magmortar, by the way, Unbound end of the line. We won't do evolving from through the line because we've already done those. If you want to see the times we got last time, do exclamation mark result, followed by Electivire, and then exclamation mark. Oh, bloody hell, my voice. Exclamation mark results. Magmortar. And you'll be able to see how well we did. And I think as our third run, if we've got time tomorrow, we'll just do another Gen 4er. We've got a real set of good Pokemon for this week's streams. We might still be on, by the way, for sub-hour Claire. It's going to be tight. But there is a chance for sub-hour Claire. I reckon it's more likely to be a 104, 105. Because we do have all of Radio Tower to do. And we are ranging a little bit more than I would like. I don't know how Pachyrisu's going to fare. Superfang and Hyperfang definitely will help, though. Can't even remember if we've done Pachirisu before. I don't think we have. I think I did a test playthrough with it many, many moons ago, even before the Challenge Run base existed. Now, after we get this badge, we are going to go through the ice path. We'll do our vitamin shop. And then I will take what's likely going to be the final break for the stream. Being weak to ice would have mattered if A, his Pokemon was strong, and B, we didn't have Surf for the Piloswine. Elixir, he barely knows her. One last chance for me to royally mess up the movement in Ice Path today. Let's see how we get on. Timings are a little off there for the button presses. Have to be a wimp today, get off the bike. Still getting used to the D-pad on this controller. Looking at that time now, I think about a 103, 104 Claire's most likely. I will, of course, try and get a lower Claire time. But the fact we're even thinking about sub-hour Claire after the nonsense at the start, I'm not going to complain. Did I get the charcoal? No, I didn't. Charcoal's an extra half a vitamin. Definitely worth picking up. Didn't mean to use the PP up there. Not sure if we'll use return, but it's good to have in the bag regardless. We'll do a cheeky little heal and we'll pause the timer at 49:07. We're going to take our final break of the stream now. I need to do a little stretch, rehydrate, get myself a fresh drink as well. So it's going to be a 3 to 4-ish minute break. Should be back at around about 25 minutes past. I'm going to run some adverts, so please do be aware if you're wearing headphones. And we are back, as Nurse Joy says. Thank you for waiting. We'll unpause the timer at 49:07. We'll take this one to completion. The whole trio of at least Jinx, Electabuzz, and Magmar, they are very interchangeable with their times. So depending on the luck, because all of them have certain elements of RNG, it can go any way of Jinx, Electabuzz, or Magmar taking it. So it stands to reason that Electivire and Magmortar are going to be very similar. I reckon there'll only be 3 or 4 minutes separating them, if that. I do have a half-baked idea for a Jinx Evo, but I've never got round to fully completing it. Did some artwork for it in my terrible, terrible art skill style. No, we don't want to get caught by that rotator. Three more levels until we get ourselves Psychic, and that is going to be our best move that we will get. Could be a 2-shot on the Wheezing, maybe. Actually, we've got Luster Purge. It's going to be a 1-shot. We can put anything we like into Pokemon Crystal. As long as we can give it base stats and a learn set, it can go in. Now, you see, if we had Psychic there, that would have been a 1-shot. And the secondary effect's the same. I need to stress test this timer thing anyway, so let's pause the timer very quickly. See if I've got the files on this PC or if they're upstairs on the laptop. Now, please do not laugh at the sprite work for this, at the artwork for this. It isn't great. That's what she looks like. And then these are the sprites I've done. An artist, I am not. But we need to figure out things like base stats, learn set. The sprites are definitely better than the big artwork. The big artwork was just me making shapes in Photoshop and then colouring them in. Tomorrow could be a good time to get her played, though. My concept for her signature move would be some kind of like singing move that confuses the opponents. Something a little bit akin to chatter. The other thing we could do is we could have like a bitchy comment move which burns the opponent. Because I could see that Jinx Evo being a bit of a gossip. Bewildering Melody would be a great name for the move, except it's too long for Gen 2. I wish I could make something that took the secret potion away. Trying to rack my brains to think if there's a way I could skew the RNG with that, but I don't think there is easily. If inspiration hits me correctly, then providing we don't go too far over time tomorrow with Magmortar and with Electivire, I'll run the Jinx Evo as well. I want to run a Quago at some point as well. Our Water Fire Magcargo evolution. I really like Ice Psychic as a type combination. So I think we'd keep it Ice Psychic. Because Psychic negates some of Ice's rubbishness. Yeah, I reckon about a 103 for Claire. Maybe quicker. Don't think we're going to be able to do Claire's Gym and the extra trainer and getting the Max Elixir all in under 3 minutes. I did the sprite work assuming Ice Psychic still. So I reckon we keep that. I'll have a look at the stat spread for Electivire and not Magcargo, Magmortar. I will see what feels fitting. We'll give it the same base stat totals. I can't remember the growth rate, honestly. I don't think it is slow. We got sub-hour Claire with this absolute disaster zone of a start. An ice move that confuses would be really interesting. Kissicle. The other thing we could do is an ice move that burns. Because I don't think there is an ice move that burns at the moment. Call it something like Frostburn. Could call it Frostbite, actually. We're definitely coming up with good ideas for this fake mon. That is for hecking sure. I like dry ice. It's probably 1,000,001 things that we could do with this concept, and it's just about finding the one that feels most right. I don't think we're going to learn Earthquake, by the way, but I am going to pick it up. Just because you never know when an Earthquake could be handy. Freeze Dry is busted. Not sure if any of you saw the run around last Christmas with Arctivish. Talking to Jinx, she's beating us up. Crit at the crucial moment there. The fact there are so many good ideas floating around definitely means she's overdue. They were going to make Mega Jinx in Gen 6. So I think they're less worried about the old designing implications than they once were. Winning the confusion coin toss here far more often than we should be. We ain't going to use Dragon Breath again, really. It's a little bit surplus to requirements. The only Pokemon we've got coming up that might be a bit of a struggle without other learn set is Starmie. Auto-splitting didn't work in this section. So that's actually about a 105.49 as opposed to 105.51. Let's get this on the leaderboard. If I can find the right file for it. So this is Latios with a 105. We'll call it 49 for its midpoint. Let's get our midpoint leaderboard. I didn't even see what time it was then. Psywave really did hinder us though at the beginning. We'd be getting a 49 to 55 Lance split without Psywave. I can't see where we are on this leaderboard. I'm going to refresh. Let's see if I can see it there. 105.49 midpoint. It's not actually that much slower than MILOTIC. 56, thank you. Let's bring this one home. Because I had to reload the map, the auto-splitter's gone a little bit grumpy on us. Having Psywave and Struggle, we could probably do the dark types. We are just going to have to deal with the splits saying the wrong name until we actually do them. It's because we didn't have the events in the mapper correctly for beating all the Elite Four. At least we'd have Pink Bow for struggling with Karen. Because even though the Pink Bow boosts normal type moves, it does actually talk with Struggle in Gen 2. Yeah, probably the Gold Berry could help. Equivalent of Citrus in Gen 2. There's one fairly readily available that I can think of. In Runes of Elf, we sometimes hold that for Bruno. It's very circumstantial, but I reckon it might end up 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. There are use cases for both the Pink Bow and the Gold Berry. A lot of it depends on our own defenses as well. We now outspeed Red's Pikachu. For those of you keeping tabs of the speed department. Janine should be easy. Janine's my favourite gym leader across the Gensu challenge, purely because she's so bad at her job. Like, she shows up, not because she's good at her job, because she wants to. Ladder around here somewhere. Let's take it back. Bloody hell. There it is. Rappel steps will all have gone askew though now. Two out of 3 good rock tunnels isn't bad. Exactly, all inherited from Koga. Because nepotism gets you very far in the Pokemon universe. I mean, it's canon that Brock inherited his gym from his parents. Janine's inherited her gym. Claire is a Nepo baby. Faulkner's inherited his gym from his father. I don't actually know why we've got Dragon Dance on our learn set, come to think about it. We shall replace that for the red battle, probably with Thunderbolt. I put it on unsure of whether we were going to be running Earthquake and pivoting to a physical attacking learn set. Earthquake, Return, Dragon Dance, and probably Double Team. But we are getting by. Kind of well, actually, with our special attacks. Because it's Gen 2 with no legal move reminder. It's better to learn it and then not need it than need it and not learn it. If anyone does play the Backports, by the way, there is a move reminder in Blackthorn City as standard. So you don't have to do the struggle of deciding on learn sets, unlike me. I make life easier for all of you, while actively making it harder for me with these. In the same vein that all of the backported moves work. Even if they'd be illegal in a challenge run like Memento is. So it's going to be a two-shot. It is, but she throws by rain dancing there. Ooh, a crit from Ice Beam's kind of mean. But one crit was fine. We didn't get the freeze. I see this nugget bridgey section and getting the machine part going through Diglett's tunnel as the real beginning of the end game. So I'm very much bringing this one home now. A lot quicker than I thought we would be up to this stage as well. Genuinely thought we'd be in the close to 2-hour range by the time we were saying hello to 3 drill. For all its flaws at the very beginning, time is not bad whatsoever. I wouldn't say sub 125. We're a special attacker going into red. Snorlax is gonna be a wall. Honestly, I think we just appreciate whatever time we get now. Latios has done well. Some Pokemon, it feels like they're fighting against me for a good time. Latios has fought with us here. You only have one Pokemon, you scam artist. Who says we're taking a physical attack into red? If I were to use the Dragon Dance, I'd probably take in return. Because it can hit all of them. Unlike Earthquake. Should really be using Surf here, shouldn't I? I haven't a Scooby what the current track is called. Let me see if I can find out. Is that timer still going? Yes, it is. Cease. Nope, it doesn't tell me, unfortunately. All I know is it's a 2 minutes and 57-second track. It's something from Epidemic Sound. Having a Scooby means having a clue. It's Cockney rhyming slang as in, I don't have a Scooby-Doo, I don't have a clue. It's a very British thing. Like, super hyper, supremely British rhyming slang. Oh, you totally should say you don't have a Scooby. Because it's well known in this country. The other one that's used a lot is diddly. As in diddly squit. I'm sure you can figure out what that rhymes with. Fair, honestly, to think of Ned Flanders. I'm terrified of the Blastoise. And its Blizzard, hence the Thunderbolt here. I have a little cheat sheet for Flashless Cave. Double crit on the Snorlax. Bloody hell. 125.39. I'm happy with that one. Definitely took a bit of the old secret potion there. Should we see where it lands us on the leaderboard? '15th place, not too shabby overall. So we put it for all the streams. 47th place. You're pretty close there, Nick, with your time. The bad start did cost us. But still not the worst time in the world. And overall, in terms of everything we've done together, 107th. I'm not going to complain. That was a really fun run. Glad we got there in the end. This is my cheat sheet, by the way. The left-hand side's Rock Tunnel, the right-hand side is Silver Cave. So when we are in the middle of the run, you might notice I pause the timer for about 3 or 4 seconds at the beginning of Rock Tunnel and Silver Cave. It's because I'm getting my cheat sheet up. And following this, I'm pretty much guaranteed to get through first or second try. But with that, 3 runs down. I think we're done for another one. It's been an awful lot of fun today. I hope you've all had a lot of fun as well. I appreciate it. It's been a bit of a long one. 5 and a bit hours. It's been a late one as well, so if you are in bed or if you are getting ready to go to bed, I hope you have a wonderful sleep. If it's the start of your day, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Before I go off, I do want to thank Chad Northern and Andrew the Sanctuary for the $2 super chats each, GG for the $19.99 super chat, and Dan W for the ever so generous $49.99 super chat. I will be back, same time, same place. This time tomorrow we're going to run Electivire and Magmortar through Pokemon Crystal. We'll see exactly how well they do. So please do like, subscribe, do all of that nonsense if you want to be around for that. I am going to get myself some dinner and then I'm going to get off to bed. Have a wonderful night, everyone. I'll catch you all very, very soon.